Bueno, antes que nada, que lo sepas, esto va a ser básicamente hacer las 14.477 misiones secundarias que se me han abierto ahora. Así que es muy probable que esté eso, 2 horas aproximadamente haciendo solo secundarias. No es porque yo quiera, es porque el juego así lo quiere, ¿vale? Entonces, bueno. ¿Por qué me venía aquí primero? Porque aquí hay una misión. Espérate. ¿Tengo puesto esto? Sí. Venía aquí porque aquí hay una misión de pillar y a lo mejor esta me manda lejos otra vez. Entonces... ¿Tú no te había ido?
Thanks, but I'll be traveling light. I'm on. You're really going to go through? I am. But before I go, there is one small if it's within my power to... It's the children. And if I leave them here, they surely will. I can think of only one place where they are certain to be safe. Of course. Thank you, Clive.
Lubor!
What is it, Ferda?
There's been a flood in the Velcroy. A damn big one. The League of Outlaws encampment was completely submerged in ether.
What?
Every last one of the bastards has turned.
Acá,
And they're headed this way.
Bandits are one thing, but Akashic bandits are quite another. We need to evacuate. There's no time. Ferda, gather the men. The Akashic may strike at any moment. We must make ready to cut well?
Yes, my lord.
Clive, change it. The children stay with me for now. I need you. Tell them to prepare for a full and immediate... Understood. I'll do what I can to convince everyone else.
Claro, es que no le he dado a priorizar la misión. Bueno, ya que estoy aquí...
Listen to me. They're coming. You need to evacuate. Know your place, bearer.
Why do they always have to make such a...
Huh? What's the commotion?
That snake spitting his lies again by the sound of it. What do you want?
To pass on an important message. There's been an ether flood out in the Veldt. The camp where the so-called League of Outlaws were gathering has been swallowed. They're no longer just bandits. They're Akashic now. You need to begin preparing for a full-scale evacuation.
Oh, do we? And who was it?
Lubor, perhaps? The man spreading the same point. You may believe his lies, my lord, but we...
But why would he lie about something like that?
Some twisted attempt. If he had not been unmasked, he may well have been a great honor for one of his... One, he might well feel aggrieved at having been
Lord Underhill, forgive me, but it has become all... Lubor cannot be trusted.
You may not trust me. But if there is any chance that...
There isn't. You can now be off with you.
Que esta gente es imbécil.
I'm making a mistake.
De verdad. La gentita del mundo.
If our words will not move them, then we must find another way to help save the town.
You're right. Let's speak to Lord Ferda.
O sea, sé que en el planeta Tierra existen gente así, porque por desgracia existe gente así. Pero joder. Muchas veces dices tú que yo, que se mueran, ¿sabes? ¿Qué es lo que vende?
Are you looking for something in particular? Thank you for your custom.
Lord Ferda.
Sid, what's wrong?
I went to warn Conrad and Natalie about the Akashic, but they've convinced themselves that nothing Lubor says. A bloody fool. Which means the town guard can't be counted on, but I can. If there's anything I can do to help you defend, you only have to ask.
I appreciate it.
Sid! Ferda! I've been looking for you...
Victor,
I thought you'd...
I couldn't abandon a friend, and Blue Boy is in need at this very moment. Come.
You have to believe me. The Akashic are coming. They don't eat, they don't sleep, they don't tire, and they don't care who they kill. They're unlike anything that's come before. There won't be no parley, no mercy granted. We may have saved the town once, but this is different. I do not ask that you forgive me, but please believe me. If you do not run, you will die. You will all fucking die!
You'd like that, wouldn't you, bearer?
Yeah, with us out of the way, your kind will be free to claim Dalamil for yourselves.
You should run!
Run, bearer!
Yeah, run! Far, far away!
Just go on. Yeah. Yeah.
Yes!
Come on then.
Go on,
Just go.
Lubo. Wait. Someone's coming.
Stop! You're hurting him!
¿Los niños no son portadores?
What did Lubor ever do to you? He solves all your stupid problems, and he keeps all of you safe. You know there's nothing he wouldn't do for this town. Who was it who made that cleaver you use every day, Conrad?
And what about your counting table, Natalie? Who fixed that?
Whose men make sure the streets are clean so all your boots don't get dirty?
Who spends all day, every day making sure things run smoothly around here? And none of you ever say thank you. Ever.
But did Lubor ever complain? Well, does he ever stop smiling?
He keeps this whole place going. And you act like it doesn't even exist.
Lubor, we have heard enough.
Wait!
We will not run. The town guard will not abandon the very place it is sworn to protect.
And I will not give up for lost the stores that we labored so hard to fill.
Esta gente por esta mierda, de verdad es que no lo entiendo.
So tell us, how do you
Le acaban de apedrear
Akashic of yours?
hace un minuto. Y ahora están pidiéndole... O sea, no le han dicho perdóname.
We won't run, but we will fight.
O sea, que la gente está... La mierda manteca, de verdad.
All right, then. Fine. Gather round if you don't want to die.
Allow me to explain the situation. The ether flood occurred near the village of Cheratina. The place had been abandoned for until the League of Outlaws decided to make it their... Now they're all turned, and if the scouts' reports are correct, heading in...
They are mindless monsters, driven only by hate. With the bandits, we at least knew how and where. When these creatures come, Dalamil will have... The town guard will muster at the north gate. The rest of both forces will provide men to serve as scouts and messengers, ready to spread. And as soon as it has been, we will converge on its position. Conrad, can I count on this?
Always.
Tío.
I leave the selection and coordination of the messengers in your and the command of our men in yours. For
Consider it as you wish.
Natalie, I would ask that you and your people have the townsfolk barrack and tell the merchants not to waste time securing any. As long as we survive, it doesn't matter what our riches can be regained. And if anyone doubts that, let it be known that the bride...
Very well.
Where do I fit into this plan? Where else but the... I would like you to travel to the home of our erstwhile League. Main host is most likely still there. And Dalamil will not... A little gardening. I doubt it. I have a... Luckily so. So you are? All right then, we all... Now it's simply a matter...
Es verdad, me da mucho coraje esta misión por culpa de los ciudadanos. O sea, le han partido la boca a Lugo y ahora él, que lleva el peso.
Ready. We'd better not keep them waiting.
There it is. The flood.
But what's waiting for us inside?
We can't leave a single one alive.
Soil and stone!
This one.
Go for it! Stay down! Waken winds! Farewell! Fighter! Stop!
The League is disbanded. I should get back to Dalamil and see how the...
All the Akashic we were able to find have been dealt with. Seems that might be the last of them.
Last of them.
Lubo, Sir Clive.
Clive! It's done. I knew...
Thank you, my lord.
Friends, the Horde has... And we need not fear the arrival of any more... Thanks to Clive. Victory is...
We bloody did. Lubor, after all you have done for this town, we shouldn't...
But we did. We only hope that you...
We need you, Luke. So, if you would still like to be...
You do remember...
We do. It is a stain on ours.
Vale.
We thought only of what we perceived bearers to be.
I see. But I will own...
Name them.
Firstly, that you will both do everything in your power. If the Town Guard and the Merchants League do not accept my leadership, it will be... Unity is the key to defending Dalamil. And when that time comes, I will expect...
Of course.
And second, you will accept that if I am to... The mistreatment of bearers must end. Any bearer within our walls shall be They will not be judged by what they are.
As we failed to do. And
we agree to your conditions. And we have a...
Conditioning? Well then, it seems my mayorship is all but confirmed.
Tío, de repente coleguísimas, después de haber sido apedreado, tío. Me mata.
How fit. Not so long ago I had resigned myself to leaving, and now, here. Lubo. Fear not, you are of course... I would sooner face another horde of Akashic than see them brought up as out. I'll make sure they're safe.
I don't doubt that you will, and not just the children.
Can't have all your hard work.
Los dos niños son Artema. Ya va a empezar este guía. Sube como ha subido hace 40 años y 40 millones de veces. Quiero portar aquí porque también tengo curiosidad qué vende este comerciante nuevo.
Would you like to see my wares? Go safely now.
Bueno, más que puedes ver 3 en el mapa, pues... O sea, 3 en el mapa no. De misiones en seguimiento. Solo 3 misiones en seguimiento. Apaga la luz del puerto. Tengo la luz encendida por la cara.
Ready, go? Faster!
Here we are again. Carava. If you were a tortoise, Torgor, where would you hide?
Puede estar poquísimo escondida. Quizás nada escondida.
It looks like we found him. Mid needs another. She can come and get it herself.
Uy.
The bearer of the burning quill. Your Grace, my lord.
Cyril, you found a letter from
Yes. If you would do us the honor.
Sé mucho, os pido el involucraros en esta guerra, pero el futuro de nuestra nación depende de ella. Sin embargo, aun cuando logremos recuperar el aliento del dragón, no podremos huir de la caligne que impregna la tierra. He de proseguir con mi plan para asegurar la prosperidad de nuestro pueblo. Mas no todos en Rosaria comparten los mismos ideales. Dudo mucho que el destino tenga a bien brindarme muchos más años de vida para consumarlo. Así que quiero que continuéis con mi legado, pues solo vosotros tenéis la convicción y el coraje necesario para llevarlo a cabo. Gran empresa os encomiendo, y lo mínimo que puedo hacer es dejaros esto en herencia para mostraros mi apoyo como vuestro padre.
An inheritance.
It would seem the late Archduke penned this missive shortly
the day before we left for Phoenix Gate.
What are these His plans for the duchy, Your Grace. Your father entrusted them to my predecessor, the complete emancipation of bearers. But your father's dream did not end there. His Grace also spoke of building hospices to care for those stricken by the curse, and the founding of a new university to further the development of non-magical technologies. With the blight spreading ever more widely across the twins, Archduke Elwyn saw...
He wished to see men and bearers treated as equals. To see, small wonder he did not think it achievable with him.
But he thought it achievable nonetheless. Had he not, nor would he have entrusted his vision to those who would have stood with you, shielded you.
It's a pity only they...
It is true that those most loyal to your father, but one at least remains.
What do you mean?
Mayhap it is better that she explain. After all, the duties entrusted to me by my predecessor extended only to recovering...
And where is this woman?
She awaits you in the archive, Your Grace.
Thank you, Cyril. Shall we then?
My lord. I am Goditha, retainer of House Rosfield. Your father, the Archduke Elwyn, entrusted me with the delivery of a gift.
Lift up your head, lady. You have our gratitude for your service.
I merely did my duty.
My lady.
What exactly is the gift?
As I'm sure you know, it has long been the custom for the children of House Rosfield to be presented.
Indeed it has.
And had he lived to see it, he would have presented you with the treasures I bear. Alas, he did not live. He had intended to claim the Heartstone with which each armband, but it was not to be. And his sons mean to bring them before. It was your father's wish that you be presented with the fit, but with his grace long since gone, and the stone left unclaimed, I had little... You are grown men now. And while I would not presume to insist upon your claiming the Heartstone in his stead, I know that nothing would have pleased him more than for you to do so.
Thank you, Lady Goditha.
What say you, Clive?
What else? Of course, my lady.
Oh, I am much...
Do you know where we might find this Heartstone?
I do. Though it may be a matter of a good deal more. It is found in the bellies of elder... We do at least know where to find one. A certain spec... You are most perceptive, Your Grace. In fact, this is the very same beast your father meant to slay. Were you to slay it in his stead, as men of House Ross...
What say you, Joe? What else?
A ver, me has escrito, te he visto, sé que estás en directo, solamente un segundo. Y me has dicho algo así de que ya estoy por aquí, yo creo que esta noche no terminas en la secundaria y si las acabas no tendrás tiempo para ir a Origen. A ver, yo ya lo he dicho al empezar el directo, que este directo va a ser hacer secundarias a full. Porque no creo que me dé tiempo más. No es que no me dé tiempo, sino que es que si son 3 horas de secundaria y Origen son mínimo 2 horas, joder, son 5 horas sin parar.
Society committed to discovering how one might cast magics without a catalyst was found to be operating throughout Valisthea. They were denounced as heretics, rooted out, and driven from our shores, never to be seen again.
Titan's Wake is to the south of here. But we must not be hasty. The good lady has been disappointed once already.
Lord Marquis, if you...
What is it, sir?
One of our brethren lately journeyed across the strait. He sent an owl some while ago, but we have...
Was he surveying?
No. The object of his study was a savior cult, an ancient religion that worked by gaining an understanding of this new faith. We hoped to learn more of it.
And so you sent one of your brothers to Ash?
Fully, I entrusted the mission to one of the most able of our order. The third, though he has been silent for some days now, yet it seemed only right to inform you of the situation. For as you so earnestly advised me, it would not do to...
But Ash is a big place.
Perhaps. The last owl I received, Mickleberg was its name. It lies in the sun. If aught ill befell him...
Right.
You are much. Go then, with my hopes.
He hecho la misión antes de que entraras en el directo de... a de Lubor. Que me ha hecho mucha gracia.
If this new faith really is an offshoot of the Circle of Malleus, then...
Let's concentrate on finding the third chair first, shall we?
Que me ha hecho mucha gracia y me ha dado coraje a la vez porque le han apedreado, o sea, es que así lo han apedreado, le han tirado piedras y es que al Newton han dicho, van a Lubor, colega, te apoyo. Y es que no tiene ni lógica.
Eyes peeled, Joshua. There it is. For House Rossfield.
No veo, ¿no?
I needed that.
Portadores, la canalización del éter somete a los grifos a un lento proceso de petrificación. En el caso de estas bestias queda focalizado en el pericardio, que acaba formando esta piedra preciosa cuando alcanzan una edad vetusta. Correcto, puede ser.
I expect Lady Godotha will know.
Thank the fount the griffin is slain.
And the heartstone clay.
Jesús.
Yes, this radiant luster like frozen flake. Thank you, my lord. Your father would be...
Lady Godotha.
Thank you, Cyril. If you would excuse me, I shall have the stone cut and set. The armbands are complete. Pray, take. Heartstone is harder and more enduring than garnet, or even... And the graven vines encircling the stone represent the unbreakable bond.
It's a message. Father knew we had enemies who would thwart his vision. Only
if we stood together, as Phoenix and Shield, as brothers.
Indeed. His Grace knew the enormity of the task he would, but this was more than just a message. It was a promise.
Thank you for remaining the steadfast custodian of our father's will.
Forgive me, my lady, but there is something I don't quite understand. The Undying told me that after Father died, Mother claimed all of the ducal even if the armbands were incomplete. She would surely not have... So...
Because I was the keeper of the vault. Though I was but a lowly servant of the deep love he had for both of you. And is... In the days before the disaster at Phoenix Gate, I discovered that the Duchess had ordered her jewellery be sent away from... I tried to warn your father, but it was too late. When word of the fire reached Rosalith, I knew my time was short. So I...
And thank the Founder you did.
Yet my duty to your father was incomplete. Not knowing what else to do, I followed the Griffin, thinking I might claim the Heartstone, and so my pursuit continued. And he informed me that His Grace's will had been recovered.
Lady Godotha, on behalf of my father...
As do I.
Thank you, my lord, for coming back to us.
Pero que feo que te dé una cosa, que sí, que creo que es un equipo, ¿no? El equipo de repente. Que yo sí, ya deberían darte, yo que es una especie de cositas extra en una skin o algo así, curioso. ¿Sabes lo que te quiero decir, Tess? Es que me da 18 puntos de vida nada más. Es que es la mierda. Inspirada en el diseño de aquellos que lleva el fundador de Vetusta, grabados son un regalo del archiduque Erwin pretendía dar a sus hijos cuando cumplieran la mayoría de edad. Representan los infrangibles vínculos que los unen como hermanos y vástagos de la familia ducal, así como la devoción y voluntad inquebrantable que se requieren para cumplir sus ideales. Ahí se va a quedar.
The bands suit you well. It must be gratifying to finally receive the inheritance.
It is.
If you would permit me to play my part a little longer, let him see that you have received his blessing.
I suppose it would be... What do you say, Clive?
I think we should. I was hoping to be able to offer him my thanks.
Your father's helm is enshrined there. It has been since the day we recovered it. I prithee claim it. For it too, and I do not doubt that your father would prefer it in your hand.
Thank you, Cyril.
El padre no tenía casco, ¿no? No le sirvió de mucho porque el pescuezo fue...
Come on, Clive.
Supongo que te venderá otro anillo para mejorar otra habilidad que nunca voy a usar.
May Gilbert smile upon you. Do you see that too?
There are many variations of the Semekian legend, but almost all agree that man was punished for presuming to set foot in the sanctum of the gods. Some describe it as holy, others heavenly, which is to say, of the heavens. Could it be that the baleful mass that now glowers over us is this very sanctum? Have the gods returned to pass judgment upon us once more?
It's not real.
Papa, what keeps it in the air? Why doesn't it fall?
Don't you go tempting fate, girl.
What is it? Oh, please, just make it stop. Make it stop. I'm scared.
It's all right.
Mola que durante todo el juego lo que va diciendo la gente tiene relevancia con las secundarias y con la historia principal. Mola un puñado.
Let's go. Be Rutherford, can it?
Turncoats and cowards, the lot of you! If it's a fight you want, it's a fight you shall have!
Allow me.
I don't need your... Please, Field Marshal.
This won't take long.
You're right. It won't. Men. Garuda!
Pobrecito Guillo.
A little longer than I'd have liked. Field Marshal Havel, I presume. Are either of you injured?
No, my lord. You arrived. Fucking traitors. I'd heard reports of soldiers in the outlying regions, but I hadn't thought the corruption had reached so close. It's a fucking... Your interfering old bastard of an uncle tried to warn me, of course. My lord Marquis, or is Sid the outlaw Morty?
Call me what you want. It doesn't change who I am, or the urgency of the message I bring. My uncle has a plan to right the realm, and he needs your help to see it through.
Before I agree to anything, I'd have you answer one... What do you stand to...
I won't deny that I might benefit from further care, that I seek a new beginning for all. And while the choices I've made may not always have been the... I know I made them so long. So many of us have been told how we could live, when it should have been our decision all along. Now, but in order to take it, we must stand together.
Certainly not the words I expected from an outlaw. You are no... Oh, I never hear the end. All right. I'll start by ordering my most trusted guard to bring the Dalmekian fringes, and next I'll make contact with my counterparts in the Imperial Army and see if I can't convince them to try and restore order in their own territory.
Thank you, Field Marshal.
But they are not the only...
What do you mean?
I don't doubt that I can bully some sense into a few generals. But those they answer to require a different kind of persuasion. And when it comes to honeyed words, well, we will need an envoy. One who can court even the most...
I'm flattered. And I have other problems too. What we need is a skilled arbitrator.
Is that so? And would he happen to be an outlaw too?
Of a different kind, perhaps.
Beggars, I suppose we'll all have to find a little of the outlaw in ourselves if we're to make it through this.
I shall.
My lord Marquis, your lord uncle bade me escort the field marshal.
And I will see that my associate joins you there.
Very good, man.
An envoy. I can barely convince my brother to take his medicine. Someone like Quentin. I hope I...
Voy a por agua, un momentito. Estoy seco. Ya estoy. Nada, que he ido por agua. ¿Eh? ¿Qué pasa? ¿De quién? ¿Aquí en la puerta de mi cuarto? Yo qué sé, mamá, pues está aquí en la puerta del cuarto, ahora irá para allá, llámalo. Ve y te llama mamá. Va para allá. Llámalo otra vez. Ya va para allá.
It's oil. After what happened here, it's a miracle there was any left at all. I better get these materials to Mid so she can finish her prototype.
Ahí vamos haciendo las misiones poquito a poco.
It's still here. After all these years, not smaller than I remember. And you're a lot bigger.
Y yo.
I wasn't.
You two go on without.
¿Por qué?
I doubt that boat will hold a third.
If you're sure. Hop in, boy.
Toca cocoro. Me acaba de saltar el mensaje de que la consola está muy caliente por la cara.
This place hasn't changed at all. Rookery's right through those trees. Come on. Race you there? I bet I could still beat you.
Pero le he dado OK y sigo jugando. O sea, no me cierra el juego ni nada, ¿no? Pues me ha salido hoy que es el día más fresquito. No entiendo por qué.
Here we are. This was our hideaway. Wasn't it, Torgal?
Fuerte te ves, pequeña estás. Toma mi mano, siéntala. ¿Te imaginas? Esa es una canción de Tarzán. Yo te protejo. Qué guay.
Coming here helped me to forget who I was. Or wasn't. Prince, shield. Son his mother could love. Had I been any one of those things? Perhaps. What is it, boy? This is all from the castle. And Phoenix Gate. Did you bring these here?
No me digas que puso a esperar.
My sparring sword.
Hostia.
Well.
El perro de Fry, Guillo.
Kitty boy.
Tú me escribes lo mismo, Guillo. Pone ahora tú el perro de Fry Torgal.
For never forgetting.
Me caso con Torgal, lo he dicho siempre. Pero como ha llegado Torgal a manos de Cid,
so I don't forget either. That's not the way back to the boat, Torgal. All right. I'm coming. I think I know where we're going. People always talk about the importance of putting the past behind you. But without it, we wouldn't be who we are today. And we certainly couldn't steer our way to a better tomorrow. Come on, Torgal. Let's go home.
Está guay, no está feo esta misión. Incrementa el ataque de Torgal. ¿No tenía yo uno parecido?
Sorry for the wait. We're ready.
O sea, puedo volver siempre que quiera, ¿no? Por lo que parece. Bueno. Vamos aquí, hacemos la otra. Esta zona todavía no podemos entrar, Guillo. ¿Qué zona es esa? Ahora mismo no me acuerdo.
Unwavering will and an unbreakable bond. Do you really think we're strong enough?
To save the world? Of course. To have overcome Father's political enemies. Of that I'm less certain. Especially knowing what we know now. What Mother was truly capable of. But perhaps these bands would have helped. Knowing he was with us would have made all the difference.
Have care.
Fly, Ambrosia.
¿Te imaginas que me voy volando? Hubiera sido impresionante.
It's just back there. Father always fought for what he believed was right. It wasn't until that night at Phoenix Gate that I realized I had never fought for anything. I always had someone else to do the fighting for me.
No matter how fate conspired against him, he never lost heart, never looked back, never stopped fighting. To me, he was the greatest of men. I've been trying to live up to his ideals ever since.
We all have, Clive. We all have. And we'll keep trying. Because that's what he would have wanted.
What he would have done himself. Even if it meant standing against the very gods in the heavens.
I shall be borrowing this.
Sam, te voy a hacer una pregunta. Cuando yo termine la secundaria, lo que a mí me queda en el cristal madre, ¿cuánto más o menos puede ser? ¿1 hora? ¿2 horas? ¿3? Qué guay. Espera un momentito. Que si cuando yo termine la secundaria yo tengo que ir a lo del cristal madre, ese que está volando en el cielo. ¿Cuánto dura lo del cristal madre? ¿2 horas aproximadamente? ¿1? Es decir, yo lo digo más que nada porque si termino la secundaria, si con una básicamente me acaba el juego o me harían falta 2-3 horas.
To the end.
And to a new beginning.
Vale. Juntos hasta el final, Joshua. Joshua se ha unido al grupo y formará parte de él hasta que partas a origen. ¿Ahora me sale eso? ¿Por qué me sale eso ahora? Si ya estaba en el grupo de antes. Bueno. Vamos a hablar con Putin. No sé por qué me teleporto aquí. Quiero que hubiera sido más fácil aquí, ¿no? No sé.
Quentin.
Do you now? Something tells me you'll be asking more of me. Go on, then. You'd have me convince the chiefs and chamberlains of the realm that they should simply and do the one thing that has proved impossible for thousands of years.
I know it's a lot to ask.
And you'd have me give up what little I have left. The people of Lostwing are my family. You'll have to find someone else.
I'm sorry to hear that.
And why might that be?
what he's asking. How's it any different? They want you to speak for those who can't speak for themselves. That's what you... If it's the vineyard, we'll see that the grapes are picked and the tons filled. You know we...
It's not that.
Then what is it? You said yourself we're family. Don't you trust us?
You know that's not what I'm...
Then what are you? That only we are worth saving? Why turn your back on everyone else? You convinced us we could build new lives for us. Who's to say you couldn't convince the entire realm?
A stirring... I fear that any rejoin...
So you'll join us? Field Marshal Havel will want to speak with you in person. I can arrange for a party of curse-breakers to accompany...
That would be very much... I hear the roads are far from...
My uncle will want to know that his plan is taking shape.
Any statesmen we speak with are liable to resist our entreaties if they feel that what little power remains to them is at stake. They must be dealt with skillfully. I shall not repeat the errors of my past.
Reckon Master Quinton could argue an egg back up a hen's quim if he set his mind to it.
Quinton's gonna build us new Lost Wing, and I'm gonna help.
Bueno, eso siempre y cuando.
We may be bruised, we may be battered, but we won't stop fighting.
Master Quinton needs us now.
I made sure our fallen comrades were laid to rest. And they can rest easy, knowing that their sacrifice wasn't in vain. The justice was done. As for us survivors, well, we've just got to keep at it. Keep the family together. For their sakes.
Nazaire might at least have mentioned where in Northreach he'd be testing this recruit.
I'm nervous. Well met, Sid. This is the initiate. At your service.
Please, just Sid.
Oh, the sergeant says you'll be evaluating me at my...
To become a scout, yes. You are...
I am. But I swore I'd face him. Just like the man who...
Who would that be?
Gav. It was him who found... No magic, no support, just one man. It taught me what one man can do. And I've been training ever since. So that one day, I...
You clearly have good intentions, Ember. And it sounds like you're under no illusions.
So... You haven't even started yet. Not far from here is an Imperial lookout, Eastwatch. The guards there record all their sightings in a log and bring it here. And bring it here? No. Sneaking into a heavily guarded Imperial outpost and stealing the logbook. You'll need to assess the situation, determine a point of entry, create all without being discovered and thrown into an Imperial oubliette.
Ember, Gav isn't our best scout because he can do everything. It's essential that you...
Know my limits. Right. I won't let you down. It shouldn't be as dangerous as I made it.
On my way. All right, Ember. Impress me. Let's go. Run like the wind. These are clean kills. Perhaps young Ember really is ready. Or maybe not. Damn it.
Ember, draw your sword! I can't! Then run!
If you want him, you'll have to go through me. Ember. Gone. Of course. Scouts really are a rare breed. Back to Northreach it is then.
Abel espía.
I didn't expect you back. Where is Ember?
He must have fled. He was just standing there. Didn't even draw his sword. He was nowhere to be seen. I assumed he'd set off in your direction, but apparently not.
I'm sorry, Sid. I knew the boy had a nervous streak, but he seemed like...
The right man for the job?
Que había dar
I
cobazo.
believe this is the logbook you tasked me with retrieving.
How did you... Don't you tell me you breached the tower while Sid was busy saving your skin.
What? Wasn't that what you asked me to do? To bring the thing back without getting caught?
He has you then, his heir. And he did it all on his own.
But Sid, he
did what he thought was best. And now I...
Of course. Don't you leave me.
Yes, Sergeant.
Cara dura, Guillo.
This won't be an easy decision.
A fortress?
The garrison is threatening to pull their sentries from the markets if we don't cooperate.
Then we've just...
I would speak with this Duke.
Saw the captain just now.
Y los dos maricones estos.
I need you. But the Duke would have me clapped in irons.
Cuidado que en el calabozo las pastillas son resbaladizas.
Do you have a moment, Clive?
What is it?
It's the Duke, unsurprisingly. His Eminence has assumed the town was left all but unguarded. So Philippe was compelled to form a city, and though my dear boys have been characteristically willing to assist him in, so I was wondering if you would lend them your strength. That the people...
Of course.
Thank you, Clive. Philippe told me he had men stay...
Where can I find the mistress of this establishment?
Here, my lady. To whom do I have the pleasure of speaking?
My name is Sabine.
Eso
And it
fue
is
siempre
my
más flipado, Guillo.
displeasure to be the daughter of the Duke of Oriflamme, who I understand is causing you and your town no small
Pues si
amount
me
of
denuncia
trouble.
es maricón
I wish
perdido.
to speak to you about what might be done.
Very well. Let us speak. I trust you'll forgive me, Clive.
Absolutely. Our conversation can wait.
Please, proceed.
As you know, my father is a most overbearing and supercilious man, and I join you in objecting to his every action. Indeed, I opt for continuing to argue again, yet I fear he is not one to be... He must be made to face the con...
And who?
I would. Myself and several other like... Were you to join us, we would surely have the strength to drive him from...
Does that not seem a trifle...
Drastic action is precisely what is called for. Unless you were... My father would have it that citizens exist only to serve the Empire. That they should be forced to make But he is wrong. It is not the people who must serve... He's all scornful of the opinions of anyone he judged beneath, but he cannot be allowed to ride roughshod over the common... We must fight him.
But fight him? No. Respectfully, my lady. Our only chance of saving this town depends upon every one of... While I understand your frustrations, I cling to the hope...
False hope, I assure you. But I see that your mind is made up. I shall... If you will extend me the same curse, I bid you good day.
She certainly has spirit.
Indeed. But unfortunately, which may be enough to seal the fate of this town. Not that this is all about her and her...
Families.
I'm sorry, where were we? Ah, yes. I was about to tell you of Philippe's plan, but perhaps it's better that you heard them from him. I believe he's in the market, if you'd be so...
Right away.
It's just a pity I cannot join you.
Vaya por Dios. Dios, teleportaciones. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Our coin? Our stock enough?
So you are content to abandon the... Please! If you are a true son of Northreach, you must fight!
That's exactly what or trying to, at least. The land is...
Even when our true enemy is hiding in the garrison. Fine. Thank you so much.
She cornered you too, then?
Could hardly get a word in edgeways. Like father, like...
She made an uninvited appearance at the Vale, hoping to convince the Dame to join her in fun.
I bet that went well. Anyway, what...
Our mutual friend thought you might welcome some help.
Oh, right, as always. We've had some reports, you see. Sightings of...
They're back.
Seems that way. We haven't been able to confirm anything yet, but if you're willing, you could go and see...
Right.
You know Grieger's Weep? One of the sightings places them somewhere on its shores.
I'm on my way.
Thank you, Clive. I'll look into one of the other sightings. Let's run.
Damn it. The reports were true. I need to stop them before they get to the town.
Sí que va a durar más, pero bueno.
Call that a test, Ultima?
Clive, it's me.
Mario.
Are you alright?
I am. I dispatched the few that I found, though.
Well, that's something, I suppose. But what were they doing south of town? They all came from... We might be able to fend off an attack from one side or the other. But
do you have eyes in the north?
Some. I should probably go and have a look, though, just to be sure. You head back to Northreach. I want you there just in case war breaks out while I'm away.
What do you mean?
Her ladyship's been busy working her magic on the town, stirring up ill feeling towards her father. She'll have her marching on the barracks if we're not careful.
What? I'll do what I can to calm things down. Be careful out there, or...
Don't worry, I'm not like you. One sniff of those things and I'm running back to town screaming blue murder.
Do you not see, Father? The people of Northreach have given enough, and only a fool would ask for more.
Listen to me, Sabine. Where would our people be without their country, hmm? The Empire is their sword and their shield. It is she that ensures they can live without fear. And now she teeters on the brink. Without their sword, how will the people fight? Without their shield, how will they protect their kin? Can the unarmed stand against the advancing hordes? No. But there is yet hope. A new shield, a new sword. A new empire. We can rebuild Sandbreck, just as Great Grieger wills it.
Perhaps we could, Father. But we don't want to. Not if it is built on the broken backs of the people.
Please, let us not quarrel in the street. You must see that no good will come of this. Our fight is not with each other, but with the threat that draws ever closer to our gates. A threat that your sword has yet to rid us of, Your Eminence.
You will hold your tongue, whore! You may have filled my daughter's head with your heresy, but I will not be corrupted.
Corrupted? Your daughter's opinions are her own, as you would know if you had ever deigned to listen to her. At least I hope they are your opinions, and not posturing born of a family feud. Northreach deserves better than that.
Northreach deserves better than you, Carla.
Ooh.
Yes, I know who you are. The slut of Twinside who bedded... Branded.
Hice lo coco con alguien que tenía magia.
That a woman might choose a bearer over a pious man of Grieger.
Clive! I met a swarm of thralls coming south from Oriflamme. Hundreds of them. Too many to count.
God help us. No. Work on the fortifications has scarcely begun.
We will retreat to Caer Norvent and there make our stand. Did you hear me? That was an order!
While this is but a heartfelt plea, let us make our stand here and protect our homes. Protect those that we love. Together, for Northreach!
You heard the dame. What are we waiting for? Pikemen to the gates. Archers to the roofs. Quickly, come on!
But she is but a common...
whore, yes. And we'd follow her to the gates of hell.
La traducción no ha sido ramera, si no me equivoco, ¿no?
The men have their orders, and I got them spaced out at regular intervals. Whichever direction the thralls strike from, there'll be someone there to meet them.
Thank you, Philippe. Rest assured the people will play their part. The herbalist has donated her stock of medicine. Should any of your men be injured, take them to the Vale.
Thank you, milady.
I'll play my part too. You still won for numbers. I only hope I can go some way to evening the odds. Philippe, can I leave the south in your hands? I doubt the thralls by the lake.
Of course. I'll lead a party down that way so we don't get taken by surprise. What about you?
I'll make my way up the road to Oriflamme.
Okay.
I've fought a few of these things. Well, I can't promise to hold them all back. I should be able to thin the herd.
All right, but take care.
Thank you, both of you.
You can thank us when it's over.
Till then, madame.
Pero no ha dicho el nota que llamaba Carla, porque ahora pone Isabel. ¿Qué está ocurriendo? ¿Quién es esa mujer? Demasiado sexo. No sé qué pasa.
I have served the Duke for many years, and I hope to do so for many more. But I cannot turn my back on these people. Our people.
seco, tío.
I want steel in the hands of every man or woman. If any get by, you can trust we'll be here to meet them head on.
Porque suena como si estuviera en una habitación.
There are so many of them.
Not for long. Begun. I wonder how the others fared. Better hurry back to town.
He cargado un ejército entero y ahora está, me imagino, la ciudad reventadísima.
Clive.
And you. The road to Oriflamme is clear. How did you and your men fare?
Well, we ended up fighting.
Glad to hear it.
Uy, le daban
I thank you both, but
You were right. And I had thought that the only way to that without a strong hand they would drift apart. But you, not by force, nor by the exercise of, but by simply being one of them. By knowing what they feel. Because you feel it yourself.
our purpose was ever the same. You were merely distracted by a loftier vision of empire and glory.
As did you. His Radiance said it himself. Sanbreque is no... I forgot that.
I'm sorry too. I should never have taken things so far. I only wanted you to understand how the people felt. How I felt. But my anger got the better of me.
Do not blame yourself, my dear. This, I should have listened to you.
Your Eminence, your ladyship. I do not doubt, but I believe the same could. We all want safety, security, prosperity, and we may yet achieve it. Will you join us in this?
Yeah.
Thank you, Your Eminence. Now that that is settled, I must go and see to the wounded. The Vale's doors are always open to any soldier in need of relief. And today there are more than ever before.
Madam Isabel is a rare... In these, I see that it is not men like me.
You're right. If only I'd listened to her when I had the chance.
Forgive me for saying so, milady, but you still do. The dame said it herself. We can turn things around, and that goes for you, too. You're one of us now.
One of you?
Well said, Captain. Let this be...
Well, I should see if Isabel needs any help moving the...
Ahora vamos a donde Isabel y escucha. Y todo el mundo diciendo, ¿qué está pasando, Isabel? ¿Necesita ayuda? Y ella, no, más pomelo, más pomelo.
Just a little
Los
further.
maricones. ¿Dónde están? Aquí están. Aquí están los maricones.
Did it! Kiss me.
Uf, me había asustado. Digo, me matan los maricones.
How goes the treatment of... I'll be happy to man one end of us. Don't mention it.
Oh, but I must. After all...
Tell me, if Northreach had fallen, what would you have done? A woman of your means could find a home anywhere in the... But I sense you would rather have died here. For you, madame, I have all the time in the world.
Very well.
Potrinca.
Long ago, I had a life in the crystalline dominion. I was Carla then, courtesan to the nobility. So sought after was I that it was only they who could afford my time. Alas, those halcyon days were not to last. For naive as I was, I fell in love with a bearer. He was my master's guard, the gentlest man I have ever known. After they discovered us together, he was whipped bloody and forbidden from ever looking at me again. And so we fled. Not that we had anywhere to flee to. We wandered, aimless and starving, half dreading, half praying that the next day would be our last. Until we found ourselves here, in Northreach. It was the Vale that took us in, that fed us, clothed us, and healed our hurts. Those that could be healed, at least. My love was already too far gone.
He passed away.
He did. Not long after we arrived. But at least we were able to share a few moments of peace before the end. It was the greatest gift I have ever received. But the generosity of this town and her people did not end there. The men and women of the Vale supported me through my grief. Shared in it, though I was still a stranger to them. They treated me like a sister. And so I swore that I would always do the same. That I would return the kindness that Northreach showed me. That I would repay
Thank you, Isabel, for sharing this with me.
You're a lot like him.
Tariro, tariro.
Perhaps that is why I have such a soft spot for you. Never stop fighting, Clive. And I shan't either. I know that it will not be easy to keep Northreach together. But our efforts will be rewarded. Just look at us now.
Es flipante este
The
juego.
soldiers,
Ahora digo lo
even the
que
Duke of Oriflamme and his daughter, all united in defense of this town that we have come to call our home. And what of you? Can we count on your support too?
Always.
Es flipante este juego, está lleno de homosexuales, pero ni un negro, ¿eh? Ni un negro. Ahora, por lore e historia, tiene lógica que no haya negros. Tiene lógica. Oricalco. Espérate, yo me he ido ahí, pero creo que tengo... Espérate. Pero creo que tengo misiones en la guarida para pillar, que las voy a pillar. Las voy a entregar, las voy a pillar, pues me da a mí que me van a mandar por ahí. Por nuevas zonas.
Uncle, I bring good news. The Field Marshal has agreed to your plan.
Of course.
Rutherford is accompanying him back to your manor in Port Isolde as we speak. They will await your return there.
One other? Who?
Lord Havel was concerned that even if he could get the realm's armies to agree to an accord, he might not. He asked if I might have a solution.
One of your
Master Quinton would probably call me one of his. But yes.
Another outlaw there. Just the thing we need to put these rotten politica. Good thinking, Clive.
I'm glad you approve.
The more the merrier.
Uncle, assuming Havel and Quinton can solve our problem with the armies, you still haven't mentioned how we might manage the grain shortages.
Oh, don't you worry, my boy. The 7 high houses will be seeing to that. They have all agreed to make the most generous of donations. Oh, of course, it did take a little persuasion, but luckily I had some unexpected help.
From who?
A ver.
Why, you, my boy. Rumor has it that you rescued the Lady Ariane's head steward Rockford from a horde of bloodthirsty bandits.
It was more of a handful.
Well, the old battle axe was so pleased. She had a shipload of talents delivered to my private docks by the next new moon. And when the other houses saw the parsimonious old crone's purse strings finally loosen...
I'm happy.
Now, I must be... Join us there at your earliest convenience.
Of course, Uncle.
And how, pray tell, will we get that grain to the capital if
Oh,
the
entonces
roads are
podré
still overrun with
quitar
a cache?
el Babi que lleva, ¿eh?
You find another bloody road. I only have so many men, and I'm not about to send them headlong into an ether flood. That is, unless you'd have them turn as well.
Well, I'd certainly eat less.
Says the man with a belly bigger than a band of curls. My soldiers actually need their rations. Without any food to keep them going, they'll be dead even before you've sent them on your fool's errand.
If I may, gentlemen, perhaps I might suggest, though supply routes are indeed disrupted, there is no shortage of ships. Indeed, they bob away in every bay from here. Allow them to make port and fill their bellies full of grain. And once those who crowd the cities are fed, ferry the displaced back to the... but I'm sure that you wish to continue your... Two such firm friends as yourselves need no help from the... Rutherford spoke fondly of the great bond between you.
Us? Friends?
I can't stand the man!
Clive, I'm beginning to question the quality of the company you keep.
And what kind of company were you expecting him to keep? The man's a criminal!
Criminal? How? You are not fit to breathe the same air as this... Fine.
Upstanding! He calls him...
Once more onto the breach.
Es que Putin se podrá quitar el babi ese que tiene Guillo.
Shall we begin again? What we seek here is not to create a new nation, nor to claim the thrones of those that already exist. We wish simply to bring stability to the realm that mankind might weather, and to do that we must convince those in power, the generals, the statesmen, the nobles. There will be disagreements, yes, and I imagine some resistance, much resistance. If we show them the path, show them that we walk it out. The fate of the world lies in my nephew, but the well-being of her people lies in ours.
Uncle Byron,
Now, with that settled, let's move on. For what great moment in history hasn't been accompanied by a little ceremony?
Y Putin, que le encanta a los homosexuales.
Citizens of Valisthea, I present to you the Triunity. Rutherford, Mike Will. Well, my boy,
that it is.
This is the role you were born for. We shall play our parts to the best of our abilities. That the realm needs its Sir Crandall. And there is no better Crandall than you, Clive. I want you to keep this signed accord.
I will.
Sorry, can't take you where you need to get to, but the Argo and me will be waiting when you get back.
What do you think that thing is?
It's a damn distraction is what it is. Now back to work.
And how the hell is Sid gonna deal with that?
You should have seen him.
Welcome back, Sid.
Welcome back, Sid.
Yes. Welcome back. Truth be told, it was me who suggested roping you in to help, but from what I...
No. Ember lost his nerve in the face of a beast of prey, but he didn't lose heart. He pressed on, and he achieved.
Indeed it is. The fact remains, however, that Ember will not always have a battle-hardened warrior on hand. All I have gleaned from this trial is that without someone watching his back, Ember is little more than a light...
Wait, Sergeant. And this time he was found wanting. After all.
With a bit of hard work, any hand can be made to hold a blade, and any mind can conquer its fears. But a scout's nose is different. You've either got one, or you ain't. And by sniffing out that log, young Ember here has shown wouldn't do to waste it.
Fine.
I'll do whatever you... I'll spend my days and nights in the pit if I have to. I'll show you. Just...
Daft as a brush, that one. But his heart's in it. Just like someone else. And if you ask me, we've been leaning on him. That time the curse breakers took some of the weight off his shoulder.
Couldn't hurt.
Just don't tell Gav I said so, will you? I won't have him thinking he's been hard done. Next thing you know, he'll be chance would be a fine thing.
Forgive me, Sid. This...
But that's why we need men like Ember more than ever.
Men who can make the best out of a bad situation. Remember that.
I will, Sid. Thank you.
Vamos, niño, que voy a fuego con la secundaria. ¿Qué? Ah, bueno, los nuevos que ya vi, ¿eh? Es que hay más. Ah, sí, hay más. Sambreque y Sambreque. ¿Cuántos me quedan de esta gente, no?
Mid.
Aw, you make it sound like I asked you to save the world or...
Tell me...
It's most of what I need. After you left, I went under cogwheel. Just a tad. Gear's that small or a bastard to make, and I may have lost the one black...
Wait, the children. When they took apart your... Now that I think about it, They...
The young'uns? But why would they... You know what? I don't want to know. I'll keep working on the model. You go and find that cop.
Has Midadol mentioned a new project yet?
Sid! Is Mid still hiding from us?
She wasn't hiding. She's just busy working on her next project.
A new invention? What is it? What is it? Is it an airship?
Do you think she'll let us help?
That just so happens to be why I'm here. She needs something special, something only you three can provide. A brass gear. A tiny one. One that might fit on, say, a set of scales?
Oh, the one you forgot!
We saved it, just in case.
Since your lesson, we've been disassembling, then all the pieces that are left over, we keep under our beds.
That's...
Look! I found it! Is that all? Just the gear? We have more parts if Mid needs them.
That's all for now. But I'll let Mid know about your... hoard. Just in case.
Thanks, Sid.
Well?
They did.
Will it work? He's perfect! You're a genius, Clive.
What exactly are you going to use it for?
Only the most important job of all. The wings aren't going to move on their own. But with the right cog in the right place... Well... That should do it. Here goes nothing.
Porque me suena tantísimo ese barco.
Titan's tits.
Wasn't supposed to fly, was it?
Of course it was supposed to fly. Wouldn't be much of an airship if it didn't. Honestly, these bloody engines are driving me mad. I was so sure this would be the day she soared. The mithril engine was made to make dreams come true. But maybe this is one dream the world's better off without. Show folk how to take flying. It won't be long till they're raining death down on each other. People will lose their homes. Children, their mums and their dads. Like I lost mine.
I'm sorry.
So am I, Clive. So am I. Sorry that I have to choose. Do I follow my head, or do I follow my heart?
Good question. The first time I stood on the deck of your ship, felt the wind in my hair. It was like I was flying. But imagine how it would feel to actually do it.
My dad always said there were two ways of living life. Chasing a dream or shuffling to your grave. And he were right. Right about a lot of things. Not that I like to admit it. People need dreams to chase. Especially in a world like this. Right. When this is over, I'm gonna take all my mithril engines to Zemeckis and sling them over the edge. I won't have my dream end up turning into someone else's nightmare.
But all that hard work...
All that hard work will not be used for war, Jamie. But it ain't like it'll be gone. Tell me, Clive, have you ever been on a treasure hunt?
Not since Joshua and I were boys. Why do you ask?
Because I'm gonna bury the engine schematics and leave behind a little riddle telling people where to find them. A really hard one, so that only the most dedicated dreamers will ever be able to work it out. Ooh, I can picture it now. Some daft general squinting at the words with a gormless expression on his mug. Like that one, yeah.
Right.
Ahora me acabo de dar cuenta qué pedazo de pescuezo tiene que la F. Tiene pescuezo para 3 cabezas, ¿eh?
Of course, if I'm putting this engine at the end of a treasure hunt, I'll still need to make it won't be much of a prize if it couldn't even make a toy boat fly after all. But it ain't the size of a dream that's important, is it, Clive? And I reckon I've got a fair few good uns left in me.
I'm sure you do.
Subo de nivel. Todas las misiones me están dando cosas para el camarote, bicho.
Miss Shirley says your books made quite an impression on me.
Say what you will, Lady Karen has seen our shelter.
You alright?
Something troubling you?
No, it's just... Eda's baby will be coming soon.
I'm sure she'd like that.
Back in the north, families would always make gifts when a bairn was on the way. I'll let the little tykes know they were welcome.
So?
The problem is that Eda's due any day now.
Is there anything I can...
You know...
All right, then.
A good luck charm, but not...
Not just any.
No. One made from the feather. There's naught lucky in all the realm. Thing is, they're hard to come by. Had Otto and Karen check with their suppliers, but nothing. I'd try and track one down myself, only...
Only the big day is fast approaching. And that's all you need. A feather.
That, or the bird whose horse it's attached to, aye. I was gonna start by asking around with
Well, there's no shortage of those passing through Marth. I think I might make that my first port of call.
You're a good friend, Clive.
Bueno, pues confirmamos que Gaff está enamorado de Eda. Aunque Shiva le haya ocasionado tanto dolor, creo que su pérdida le pesa en el corazón. Tenemos que hacer algo para animarla antes de partir a Origen, y por eso me gustaría hablar contigo sobre el tema cuando tengas tiempo.
If Joshua's worried about Jill... Joshua, I don't think I'd realized how different, but...
I suppose it's not...
She doesn't think she belongs anymore.
And that's why we need to remind her she is... to let her know that we still need her. Now more than ever. That you still need her. But how to do that? When last we were truly close, we were but children.
Of course. Do you remember the time we accompanied Father on his annual tour of the Duchy? And Jill and I broke from the procession to ride up Man's Hill.
To see the snow daisies. It was the first time Father had allowed us to... And when he realized you were missing, he had the entire retinue down to the pot boys combing the...
In the rain. A thunderstorm forced us to take refuge in a grove of oaks before we'd even made it half. It was the Lord Commander who finally found us, and needless to say...
Then it seems you and Jill have unfinished business.
Man's Hill.
Oh, true. Though I suspect it is also much changed. Little in southern Rosaria remains as it was when we were children.
You're saying I should go and scout the area for bandit?
I'm saying...
Ahora puedo pasar.
This is the place, but...
I'm sorry.
There's no weapons, but...
We keep looking. Man's Hill cannot be the only place.
Perhaps, but it's the only place I know of.
Then why not ask someone who might know of another?
Someone at the backyard? To the hideaway, then.
Preguntaba por lo de... a los cazadores de aquí.
Let's hope one of the merchants here has what Gav needs. Excuse me.
Oh, well.
A silver chocobo feather.
Oh, or maybe not. Though you're not the first to mention... There was a man stopped by the rest not long ago, claiming near some gutted hovel. Not most, Took him for a braggart and a liar, but...
We'll see.
Look, Daddy. Shining so brightly. Isn't it pretty?
Sinister.
Tiene que estar dentro de la posada.
So sturdy.
Uy. ¿Y dónde?
Just because the heavens have gone to wreck and ruin it, don't
How do, traveller? You've the look of a man who could do with a new whetstone.
I'm looking for a silver chocobo feather.
If that's the case, no one has seen a silk. Word is they were all hunted for their feathers. Some northern nonsense about bringing good luck. Didn't bring them much, nor their bows. If any are still out there, I reckon they'll be doing their damnedest.
You're probably right.
It doesn't still hurt, does it?
Can I help you with something?
You wouldn't happen to sell silver chocobo feathers, would you?
I deal in fruit, not... But if it's fancies you're after, I suggest you try Rhiannon's ride.
Was a silver chocobo seen there?
Oh, yes. If you believe the ravings of a man.
It wouldn't be the first time. A silver chocobo sighted in the hills near Rhiannon's ride. It sounds almost too good to be true. But since I'm already here...
Ah, pues el hijos de Ambrosia.
Come on.
Yeah!
Have care.
Drags. One left by bandits for a change. More tracks. And these look fresh. A chocobo was here. And recently. Perhaps it still is. I don't hear anything. Well, I'll be damned.
Igual que Ambrosia, ¿no?
It's all right. I'm not going to hurt you. Just borrowing a feather for my friend. Thank you. Let's get this back together before they change their minds.
Pero no entiendo esto, a ver, ¿qué es? O sea, yo no podía hacer esta misión más fácilmente cogiendo una pluma a Ambrosia, porque se supone que la gente puede que no haya hecho la secundaria de tener Ambrosia. Yo qué sé, qué tontería. Haz que sea obligatorio. No sé. Que me ha parecido una guay, pero rara, porque yo tengo un choco blanco.
Let's hope one of the gardeners knows where to find snow daisies.
It was no trouble at...
Clive, how'd you get on?
Any luck, you say?
Crystals, crap, where in the heck?
It's a long...
Right there on the road to Eastpool. Who'd have thought it?
Everything up there's been the empty cabin made for the perfect shelter. Though I...
Don't blame yourself, Clive. The Blight's right on Eastpool's doorstep. They'd have had to move on before long. They'll find a new home. After all, that's what us endangered... Anyway, what matters is, you managed... And now all that's left is...
I didn't know you could carve.
Reckon there's a lot like the fact I'm as good with a whittling knife as I am with a sword. And that bone Ember gave me's a dream to work with. What did you say it was from again? An Avis?
But it weren't your Avis, Sid. I slew one of my own at last.
So all those long nights in the pit finally bore fruit. I'm proud of you, Ember.
Don't speak too soon. I ain't done my trial yet.
There we go. What do you think?
I think if you ever hang up your scouting cap, you'll be able to...
Oh, will I? I should go and see if Ed is awake.
Give it my best.
You can give it to yourself.
No podía estar más cerca, Eda, ¿no? Eda está tomando por el culo.
Say what you will.
What brings you down from the heavens, Sid?
I need your advice. Joshua and I are looking for a place where snow daisies grow.
Snow daisies. Then you'll want somewhere not too hot and not too cold. And where the winds are strong enough to carry the seeds. I reckon Man's Hill would be a good... Both have similar climbs and the right elevation. If the blight...
Right.
Did you learn where we might find our flowers?
The gardener here mentioned the royal meadows in Sembrak.
Ah, the fields beyond Northreach. I recalled that she kept the record of our travels, you see. So I asked her if she'd perhaps noted anywhere that snow daisies grew, and she...
Whose shores border the meadows.
Yo, qué deber de tiene ahora esto, ¿no?
Son.
Me traslado a la guarida de nuevo para andar muy poco. Que si no tengo que dar la vuelta a todo. Ah, te digo.
How are you feeling?
Well. Is
Creo que me pueden quedar 4 o 5 misiones por ahí,
wrong?
creo.
Go on, please. Did you make it?
We did. Aye. It's a good luck charm. We may come up north when I mean a baby, to let him know. Oh, I hope you.
I thank you.
If there's anything you need.
I will.
Fancy a swift off.
I could be convinced. Don't you think you've had enough?
No, we're celebrating. I'm gonna be a father.
I think Edda might have something to say about that.
You know what I mean. Bit of light in these dark times.
Yo lo llevo diciendo desde el inicio. Estos dos no se besan porque no
It
quieren.
wasn't long after me 10th name day. My mum told us she was with child again. I was over the fucking moon. I was looking forward to having a little one to lord it over. What with me being the runt of the litter. Thought I'd finally have a chance to prove to the world that I could be a big brother. Imperials came the day she went into labour. Had myself a baby sister. And then I didn't. My whole family gone in a blink, while I hid in the cellar like the spineless little arsehole I was. Great brother I turned out to be. I'll never be a leader. And I'll never be a hero. I'm just a daft little dog who comes running when his master calls. I'll never be like you, or Sid, or Jill, or even Torgal.
Have you finished?
Maybe.
Do you know why you're our best scout? Because you don't need anyone to hold your hand. Without your resourcefulness, your courage, your determination, I don't know where we'd be. Maybe hanging off a cliff like,
That was only the once.
Exactly. You learned from it. And here you are, after Founder knows how many missions, stronger for everyone. And let's not forget Rosalith. Who was it who freed me from the dungeon? Who was it who ran to Jill's rescue?
That would be me.
Because you're our brother, Gav. My brother.
No ha dicho de los demás, ha dicho suyo nada más,
Your brother.
Which means that when the time comes,
I get your room. And your sword. had one too many.
You may have had 10 too many.
I said I was thirsty. I get back to work anyway. After I walk this off. Clive?
What is it?
Thanks for, you know.
I know.
Es otro objeto que tengo en el camarote. El camarote lleno de tiesto, peor que mi habitación, quillo. Mi madre enfadada con el camarote de Clive. Otro tiesto más. Otro coge mierda. Ofu. Me quedan las misiones de Inicia y... y creo que terminaría. Esta ciudad me recuerda mucho a una ciudad del Witcher, que yo. El Witcher 3.
I haven't seen any of those beastly blue eyes. Do be careful.
I will.
Eso que se ve al fondo es lo que se dice de que puede ser el futuro DLC.
Have care.
The meadows are vast. Where do we even start?
Yote mentioned the coastline. We can start there. You see them?
I do. The flowers and our friends.
Se quedan al aire.
What do you see, boy? Let's hope this is the last one.
Only one way to find out.
was harder than I expected. But found her.
No
It
knew.
was worth it. They're beautiful.
Do you think Jill will like them?
She'll love them. Come on. Let's go.
It appears my work is done. The rest, as they say, is up to you. Well, you and the skies. We wouldn't want another thunderstorm now, would we?
Jill.
There is?
It's, not here. How would you fancy a trip to Oriflamme?
There are so many. This is what you wanted to show. Yeah,
You don't need to say anything. We've been worried about you. Do you remember when I took you to Man's Hill? Or...
You saw me crying and thought a change of scenery might lift my spirits. In the end, it earned me a nasty cough and a stern scolding from your mother. But
I'm sorry.
Before we left, my chambermaid told me she'd overheard your mother talking about my marriage prospects. With some of them, they were debating whether it would be more profitable to marry me off to one of the high houses, and no one thought to ask me what I wanted. I was nothing to them. A pawn.
I didn't know.
But I wasn't alone. You were there. And I knew then, no matter, I'll never forget that feeling. Before we broke camp, the morning after the storm, do you know what I did?
No? What?
I slipped away from my governess to climb the tor. And from there I saw a sea of petals, all reaching for the sun. And I realized that no matter how terrible the night, dawn would always come. That you would always come for me. And you have. Again and again.
Where do you see us? When all this is over?
I don't know. Not here, though. I think I've outgrown the twins. After everything we've been through, The realm just seems so small. I'll need some space to spread my wings.
Then that's what you'll have. And I'll stop at nothing to see that you do.
Qué bonito que era.
I never was much good at garlands, but it'll have to do.
I'll treasure it forever.
Thank you, Clive. For this, the flowers, for everything. It's exactly what I needed. You are my treasure. We should probably be getting back. I expect the others are wondering where we are.
You're right. There's still much to do.
And we'll do it together.
Juntos hasta el final, Jill. Jill se ha unido al grupo y formará parte de él hasta que partes a origen. Ah, que por haber hecho esta misión, ahora Jill está en el grupo. Pues yo prefiero al hermano, carajo. Sabéis que sí, con Jill bien, pero que... Yo prefiero al hermano, bish. Yo prefiero a Joshua. A Joshua. Uy. No sé por qué me he ido ahí, pero bueno, da igual.
The entire village looks abandoned. Now, which house would a bookworm live in?
Dice, a saber dónde está el libro. Y, si no me equivoco, la misión lo marca perfecto. ¡Ah, que! ¡Oh, coño! Que ahí están los dos. ¿Qué? Está Jill y Joshua. Oh, no, hombre, entonces esto es ideal.
His interests were certainly varied.
Mowgli. De suave pelaje blanco, pequeñas alas con las que vuela el característico pompón que nace de su cabeza. El Mowgli es la criatura más recurrente en los cuentos populares de Balistea. Se los describe como seres algo despistados y entrometidos, pero de buen corazón. Siempre están dispuestos a ayudar a los humanos en su perdición son los dulceos. Por algo muchas leyendas afirman que al dejar uno cerca de una ventana abierta, a la mañana siguiente ha desaparecido. ¿Quién no desearía que unos entes tan adorables existieran de verdad, cierto? Pues, por sorprendente que parezca, así es. Sí, querido lector, no me burlo de vos. Antes de cerrar este libro, entre quejas y ademanes, atended a lo que he de deciros. Toda leyenda hunde sus raíces en remotas verdades, y este caso no es ninguna excepción. Antiguos bestiarios describen a cierta criatura de blanco pelo que no pisa el polvo de los caminos, y exponen varias ilustraciones de lo que hoy todos identificamos como un Mowgli. No se tienen registros de Mowgli avistados en Balistea, pero no se debe descartar la posibilidad de que migraran a las tierras allende el mar, cruzando los océanos con sus pequeñas alas. También es posible que fueran cazadas hasta la extinción, o quién sabe, que sigan viviendo entre nosotros, ocultos entre las sombras. Pero sigue sin decir por qué lo ve Clive, tío. Que me gustaría saber el por qué.
This is a Royal Army logbook. Did he take this from the local barracks?
Los primeros hombres que gozaron del don de la magia, regalo de dioses, fueron considerados vicarios en la tierra del poder de los cielos y se los conocía como portadores de la bendición celestial. Se los admiró cuales deidades, cristales hechos carnes. Con el tiempo, este respeto se trocó en veneración y una nueva religión surgió en torno a estas figuras. Los regentes de las diferentes naciones de la época, temerosos de la imparable influencia que la fe había ganado en su dominio, comenzaron a perseguir a sus líderes y adeptos, prohibiendo sus reuniones, expropiando sus bienes y deponiéndolos de los cargos públicos que ostentaban. La organización religiosa respondió con un ejército de voluntarios que se opusieron a la represión, desencadenando una respuesta violenta por parte de los gobernantes que desembocó en una guerra conocida como el diluvio de sangre, que consumió las regiones gemelas durante una generación entera, dividiendo y diezmando su población. El poder de los estados acabó imponiéndose, y tras acabar con cualquier reducto de resistencia, firmaron el Pacto Continental por el cual se instauraba el sistema de esclavitud que pervive en Balistea al día de hoy. La conocida expresión "los portadores no son humanos" hunde sus raíces en los duros años de aquel conflicto que marcó el destino de sus gentes.
This is it. But if what it says is true, I need to get this back to the hideaway.
Leaving so soon, stranger? We've been watching you. From a distance, so to speak.
Subtle. I know who you are.
Then we need not waste time on introductions. Hand me the book. Leave it in our care and return to your life.
Your care? Do you mean to burn it or bury it?
That is not my decision to make. But by one means or another, its contents shall be removed from the common record.
Then I'll have to politely refuse. I won't let you erase our history.
Then we find ourselves at an impasse. Very well. The book can just as easily be pried from your dead hand.
Let's see, shall we?
Impressive. But we have other means. We shall claim the book here.
Why do you want it, sir?
It lays out in no uncertain terms the vanity and avarice of... It tells the shameful history of the persecution and oppression of a... Would you say that this interpretation was correct?
I don't know.
You don't know. Your sword may be sharp, but your wits are dull. So let me answer for you. There is no correct interpretation of history. That a series of events took place may be proved beyond a doubt. But there can be no it is a question of numbers and of belief. If enough people believe that a set of events occurred...
So you're trying to control the truth?
We are trying to protect people from themselves, from knowledge that would bring them naught. That is all. You may keep the book. For now. The world is small. We shall meet again. Until then.
Wait. Damn it. Let's get this back to Vivian. Perhaps she can explain what that was all about.
Ready, go?
Yeah!
No ves, el mapa es grande, cojones. Creo que tiene que ir hasta aquí, ¿no? O puedo ir por aquí. Acerca de él por, digamos, una escoria, ¿sabes? Porque está ahí tan solo.
No need to ride from here. This must be the orphanage. Hopefully the registry is still here.
No, no he hecho lo de la prisión todavía. Voy a ir ahora, cuando haga esta. ¿Por qué? ¿Por qué me preguntas lo de la prisión? Ah, vale. Pero ¿sale la escoria en la prisión o aquí en esta zona donde estoy yo ahora? Su Majestad Barnabás, monarca del Reino Abuelo, autoriza la creación de este en el valle. Vale. Creación de esta institución con el noble fin de entrenar a los jóvenes portadores que sirvan como denuedo a los intereses de la corona. Aquellos candidatos que muestren actitudes satisfactorias serán reclutados para servir en las filas de su glorioso ejército al alcanzar la edad propicia. El cuerpo de aquellos jóvenes que sucumban a la maldición de los cristales parezcan por diferentes causas deberán ser desechados con la mayoría de las premuras. El cementerio de la institución está reservado para personal humano. Queda determinante prohibido el entierro de portadores.
Disposed of.
Rutina de entrenamiento: cargar 20 sacos de arena durante el tiempo estipulado, soportar quemaduras de menor a mayor grado, luchar cuerpo a cuerpo contra 3 canes infernales.
Conditioning. This is nothing short of torture. Herman wasn't exaggerating. It's a wonder he survived this place. I need to find that registry.
Hace poco descubrí que una de las niñas que murió petrificada por el cruel entrenamiento al que sometí era mi hija. La entregué a las autoridades cuando solo era un bebé, no sabía que era de ella. Pero los documentos que solicité al ejército no dejaban rastro de duda. He estado torturando la sangre de mi sangre. La veo en todas partes. Hoy una chica me ha sonreído con la esperanza de que le diera el mendrugo de pan duro que tenía sobre la mesa. Era su sonrisa, la misma que tenía su madre. La madre a quien maté a golpes por haber dado a luz a una portadora. Vienen a por mí, quieren llevarme con ellos. Los fantasmas de mi hija, de mi esposa y todos aquellos niños que murieron se me aparecen con una sonrisa que pronto se torna en una mueca de dolor. No puedo más, no puedo más. Mis pecados me corroen por dentro. Estos huesos ya no pueden soportar el peso de la culpa que cargo sobre mis hombros. Mañana es el día. Le he dado mis últimas órdenes a los niños, el último tormento al que los someteré. Me arrancarán uno a uno brazos y piernas y enterrarán mi cadáver junto al árbol trifurcado blanco que alza sus manos al cielo en señal de súplica. Junto a mí reposarán para siempre los nombres de todos aquellos que dejaron el mundo bajo mi tutela, para que el tiempo los sepulte conmigo.
This reads like a suicide note. Did the director go through with his plan? There's only one way to find out.
Mira, ya no me deja usar la llave. Qué cabrón. Quería entrar en la iglesia, pero yo no voy a entrar en otro lado. Y ahora no me deja usar la llave. Bueno, supongo que cuando haga esto podré usarla o algo, no sé.
Forked white tree. This must be the place. Could he really be buried here? There's something hidden among the roots. Let's see. This must be the registry.
Registro de defunciones. Hans, Alfred, Franz, Paulina, 10 años. Petrificación, fallecimiento, entrenamiento, petrificación, inanición. Bruno y Jonathan, ajusticiado por intento de fuga. Reinhard, Martha, Lothar, Dietrich, inanición, petrificación.
So many names. This place was a slaughterhouse. And where is the architect of all this misery? It was only a matter of time, I suppose. This place is cursed. Nice try. I'm done here. Let's get the registry back to Herman.
¿Me dejará usar la llave ahora o no? Hijo de puta, Guillo. Que me perdió el poder ver lo que había aquí dentro, tío, por entrar primero en la otra caseta. Vaya puta mierda, ¿no? Joder, bicho. Mira lo que hay aquí. Lo estoy viendo. Vale, pues por lo menos ya lo tengo localizado. Aquí supuestamente hay una escoria en este pueblo. Que no sé dónde está. Que es el goblin ese. Aquí está la escoria.
How the hell did it cross the strait?
Vale.
Your journey ends here.
Vale, pues esta escoria nos la vamos a quitar en medio. Vamos a ir.
Faster! Quiet. Oh, shouldn't bother.
used to be Nickelberg.
Thanks, Gal. These people aren't turned. And the village seems safe enough at least.
Trofeo al viajero entusiasta por haber visitado todas las zonas de cada mapa. Vale, perfecto. He sacado ese trofeo.
Ah, did you too heed the call?
Heed the call? No, I came here looking for someone. To be honest, I wasn't sure I'd find him here. Let alone all of you.
Is that so?
What are you doing here? Is this where you live?
It is my home. The others, they heeded the call.
You keep saying that. What do you mean?
They came here to perform the rite, just as King Barnabas instructed. This village is their altar, where they shall cast their souls upon the gentle waters and give themselves to the Lord.
Give themselves?
Oh, Lord, cleanse us of our sins.
Let us be reborn in your loving arms.
El suelo es el ascensor de la torre de...
From the torment of this mortal realm.
They want to be saved. Forgive me, but did another foreigner like me come here? He was probably wearing a cowl.
You mean the traveler from Storm? Yes. He's staying at my house, toward the rear of the village.
Thank you. If you don't mind, I'll go and greet him.
They seek the same salvation Barnabas did. At least the third chair still lives. Let's go and find him.
Your friend with the cowl has been staying with me. Please, make yourself at home too, traveler.
Las crónicas de Mirkbar, recopilación de insólitas historias escritas para su majestad Lord Bjorn de Valdmerke. Sé que no habéis desconocido, mi señor Bjorn, que antaño hubo un pueblo versado en los secretos de la magia prohibida. ¿Alguna vez habéis oído hablar de aquellos que los erradicaron de la faz de la tierra? Tal gesta fue obra de los inquisidores, una orden fundada en el dominio cristalino, pues trinca con el pepino con el fin de proteger al hombre de las vilezas de este mundo, que hundían sus raíces en la más arcana y prohibida de las magias, cuando expulsaron al pueblo hereje de Evaristía y su labor se vio cumplida, regresaron a las sombras donde la pluma de la historia no alcanza y deja de escribir, y hasta el día de hoy sus huellas permanecen borradas por las aguas del tiempo.
Excuse me.
I am. And so it would appear, are you? Lord Rosfield, if I am not mistaken.
That's right. And you must be the third chair.
I am.
Cyril was worried for your safety. He sent me to find you.
Then I must apologize. I did not mean to trouble the bearer of the burning quill. Much less you, my Lord Marquis.
He said that you had failed to report. Is there a reason for that?
I came here to study the followers of this new faith. But the more I learned of them, the more my own faith began to falter. You have seen them at their prayers, have you not? They devote themselves to the veneration of their Lord with a fervor I have never seen before. Praying night and day that they might be rid of their wicked wills and reborn in their Saviour's light. Not that they might be granted respite from their worldly woes, but so that they might continue to serve him. Serve him with all of their beings. I, too, swore to devote my life to the service of my Lord and Master, but this... it is different. It is more. And so I would see it through to the end. See these people safe, that they might achieve their dream. That they might do their duty to their Lord. Even if it should keep me from doing my duty to mine.
You do understand what their dream is, don't you?
I do, my lord. They would cast aside their wills and become a Kashik. I know that it may be hard to believe, but to these people, that is the very essence of salvation. Forgive me, my lord, but I must remain here. If you are to return to Master Cyril, I would consider it a great... Did you hear that, my lord? Something is happening.
I'll go and find out what. Stay here. Beneath the flood. Oh no. There must be something I can do. Echoes as well. Found her.
Ready, brother?
Ready. What now?
Otra vez tú, pero estaba coronado yo.
We meet again. I've killed your kind before.
Waken, Gwyn! Fine hand.
Damn it.
Vaya puta mierda.
Come on, speak to me.
I had to save them. They might have a chance to find true salvation by devoting themselves to the service of their Lord. Just as I did when the Undying plucked me from the gutter and gave me a cause to believe in. A duty to serve was everything to me, and I would not deny them that fulfillment, even if they must become a Kashik in order to achieve it. Forgive me, my Lord Marquis. I did not mean to trouble you with this. My findings. Could you deliver them to Master Cyril for me?
Of course. Your duty will be done.
Look, my lord. They are saved.
Hasta entonces iban a la torre, supongo.
They are saved. Found her. I should get this report to Cyril.
My Lord Marquis, I am glad to see...
I met with your third chair, Cyril.
Thank you, my lord. He remained in Ash?
He died protecting the villagers from an echo. I buried him in
Sorry. If you could not save him, no one could.
The villagers, they prayed to their god that they might... Then an ether flood came. Your brother sacrificed himself, even knowing that life...
Then he perished defending liberty. For the right to choose how one dies is...
Sid would agree.
A noble ambition. To die for one's cause, it matters not how misguided others might. Only that the decision is we live according to the teachings of our order. We, for better or worse.
But he didn't die for your creed. And you still believe that what he did was right?
I believe that he believed it was. We of the Undying are not slaves, and this was his will.
I'd like to know this man's name, Cyril. To know the names of all the Undying who've fallen in the line. They died serving my house. That is my duty.
Of course, I shall fetch the Book of Martyrs at once. My lord, the greatest honor of my life to serve House Rosfield. Though our duties may differ, yours is no less important. And were they here, I have no doubt but that every one of my fallen brothers and sisters would feel the same.
Otro oricalco, Que le duele el estómago al chaval. ¿Qué le pasa? Trofeo honores de cartel por haber conseguido los 5 carteles y el emblema de los imperecederos. Vale. Vamos a ver.
Doris is waiting for me near Balmung Dark. The longer she's out in the open, the more likely she is to be found by a Kashik. I need to hurry.
Run like the wind.
To the stables go. There were no guards, I take it.
None manning the gates, no. It's a different story inside, though. The corridors are crawling with Akashic. Most likely guards, if Chadwick was being held here.
Don't give up hope just yet. But let me check the ground floor.
Then I'll search the upper level. Good luck, Sid. Stay safe.
Just how bad are the floods inside the walls? Bad enough to turn a bearer? I hope not. We're risking a lot just being here. Better keep my eyes open for signs of life.
Caution, brother.
Espérate. El otro lado. Vale, eso es lo que iba a pasar con la iglesia. Vale.
Time to fight.
Célula real sobre la fundación de la prisión de Balmung. Autoriza la creación de esta institución para mantener cautivos a los portadores apresados en su dominio. El objetivo de esta instalación es el entrenamiento de una bestia de Kuza que sirva en las futuras campañas bélicas. El propósito es confidencial y no debe ser revelado a ningún tercero bajo pena de muerte. Los portadores alojados en estas instalaciones servirán en exclusiva para el propósito de Utsupra. Cualquier otro uso de lo mismo deberá ser aprobado con anterioridad por el alcaide.
So this place was no ordinary prison. And I doubt they'll have taken the creature with them when they fled.
No sign of any bearers yet. I hope you have better luck downstairs.
Hábitat alimenticio de la bestia de Cuza. La escasez de bastimientos nos ha impedido alimentar la bestia de Cuza como acostumbrábamos. Sin embargo, la criatura parece suplir esta carencia devorando a los portadores contra los que se enfrenta durante sus sesiones de entrenamiento. Lejos de volverse más agresiva, la bestia muestra signos de satisfacción con su nueva fuente de alimentos, por lo que todos aquellos portadores incapacitados o reacios a luchar serán dispuestos hasta el fin.
They were feeding bearers to it.
La bestia de Cuza es una especie muy agresiva cuyos primitivos instintos imposibilitan distinguir entre enemigos y aliados. Las pasadas sesiones de entrenamiento con portadores hombres por muchas señas, gritos y elementos visuales que nuestros soldados usan para indicar que no es un objetivo abatir, la criatura acabó devorándolo. Queda demostrado que la naturaleza combativa es inmutable, por lo que se recomienda su incorporación en algún batallón de portadores durante la campaña bélica, con tal forma de que la bestia acabe con él y el enemigo sin sacrificar ninguna vida canadiense en el proceso.
Minimal loss if we lose our lives. Even the Imperials take better care of... Nothing but a caching down here. Hopefully things are looking better upstairs. I should go and see how Doris is getting on. No lock downstairs. But I did find...
I know. I've been reading some of bearers die every day in service of their master. Pitting bearers against a wild beast armed with nothing but... And not just those who could fight, but the elderly. Children, even. And those who wouldn't, or couldn't, were...
I'm afraid.
Then we're too late.
Don't say that.
A key. But it doesn't fit any of the locks on this floor.
Perhaps it will fit one of the doors downstairs. There's a corridor. Finish up here.
All right.
Let's see what we can find down here. Survivor. And she sounds close.
Who are you?
There's no need to be afraid. Are you alone? Are there any other survivors?
Some of the guards. They're still here. Everyone else...
Thank the fuck.
It was worth our coming. But I'd rather we didn't linger. Are you ready?
Ready when you are. You poor thing. He must have been terrified. What?
He fought the monster. He must have sent you. He put... Where is he? He opened your...
Chadwick.
Was that?
Monster's back.
We have to get out of...
Doris, keep the...
All right. You put...
We have to run.
You're safe now. We won't let it hurt you. I'll look after the girl. You teach that thing a lesson.
It's out there waiting for me. I can't let it live. Not if it's got a taste for bearers. Will wreak havoc if it ever leaves the prison. Can't let that happen.
Enough!
Lo mata dándole en el dedito chico de la mano.
Finally.
Sid, are you hurt?
I'm fine.
No.
What is it?
Un ladrillo.
Diary. I gave it to Chadwick before we went our separate ways. He was here. Do you think that creature?
I'm sure he fought bravely to the last.
Chadwick.
Come on. We have to get her back to the hideaway.
No. I'll see that she's looked after from now on.
Otra que va a ser madre por la cara. Tenemos a Gaby y ahora esta.
From what I hear, you've barely left the girl's side in days. I hope...
She is. Slowly but surely. I thank the flames we found.
I know. I'm sorry we weren't able to...
There's no need to apologize. How he fought to the bitter end to save her. That's the man I remember.
I wish I could have met him. I'd like to hear more about your past.
Of course. You already met my former master. She trained Chadwick and I to do two things. We were supposed to be sold to the highest bidder when the time came. But no bid was ever high enough to For years we were her daggers in the shadows. But we could never quite shake our doubts about the things she made us. So we escaped. But staying together was out of the question. They would, after so many years of training, the pull to serve was always strong. It scared me to think he might have taken another master, become a dagger.
But even in captivity, the battles he fought were his, and he died not as someone's tool.
Haida Marie is proof of that. Bearers and the curse breakers will show them how. I'll fight until my dying breath to see it.
Thank you, Doris.
Por fin, ya nos quedan nada más que dos para entregar, tío. Y es solamente, supuestamente, para entregar.
I hear that you traveled to... Did you by any chance recover?
I did.
If I may? The bearer. The director was a brutal man.
The registry was all I found, but there was no sign of a body. Or any record of what happened to the children after the...
I pray that at least all their names are here. My friends. My light in those dark... I can still remember the children who were taken from their bunks in the... No explanation ever offered.
They'd be happy to know that you survived, Herman.
But why did I make it out alive? When so...
It's not your fault. And see that their names live on.
I'm going to write a book. An account of the horrors of Badbach. All of Valisthea will know of... And in the name of those I lost.
Neither will I.
These records would have been buried for all...
Vivian. I found found it. The book you lost.
You... Even though I asked this of you, I fear the executors had seized.
I met with one, and I convinced him to let me. He told me something. That the truth is just a matter of... and that if enough people believe a lie...
It does. But it also means that the truth is not immutable. That it can be changed. Provided that those who wish to change it can convince enough people that their perspective is the correct. As the sad history of the bear.
You said that the book inspired you.
It did. She was a heretic, you see. A gallows stood ready for her in every corner. And by shunning society, or perhaps being shunned by it, she stumbled upon a truth so potent that an entire realm trembled at the prospect of its utterance. I, too, have always felt somehow set apart from the world. She taught me that my solitude was not a curse, and that, though my journey to the truth might be a lonely one, what I found at my destination would be more than worth the cost.
Do you still feel that way?
Honestly, I'm not entirely sure anymore. Since perhaps the result of studying mankind from a rather closer perspective than... But the more I study, the more I find value in this perspective. And so if you'll permit me, I remember, Clive. When enough people believe, belief begets truth. Give the men and women of this benighted world.
I'll try, Vivian.
Porque me marca que tengo nuevo. Ah, es que han salido más. Me queda otra misión más, que es en el camarote, bicho. Quisiera pedirte ayuda con un asunto que concierne su Alteza Imperial. Sé que os ruego no son propios de mí, pero los años no pasan en balde y impresa que este pobre anciano no puede cometer solo.
It's usually me making demands of Hippocrates.
Voy por ir esa, que es la única que tengo.
Lawsman Hippocrates.
Ah, yes.
You spoke of making amends with the...
Then I should begin by telling you that this was some years ago, of course. At that time, I was counted among the foremost scholars of Oriflamme to supervise the young, all to ensure that the future emperor had a firm grounding in, well, everything an emperor. Alas, our time together was cut short when Dion left. I had not expected to meet with him.
Have you spoken with him?
No, His Highness always seems so preoccupied, especially when alone. Not when I know he dwells upon the evil Ultima had him commit in the Dominion.
The guilt weighs heavily on him, I know. But as you say, that was Ultima's doing. Surely...
When I first met him, it was not guilt, but and I did nothing to ease that burden.
He bore it, and it is one of my greatest regrets. When what he truly needed, the blame for Dion's transgressions. I
see. I'm ready to help you in any...
Then I beg that you bring me a wild... Apothecaries across the ages agree that even to glimpse such a flower is to be granted. Fabulists and fraudsters all, of course. But there is oft a seed of truth to be found, where even the...
Well, it can't hurt to try. Where can I find this flower?
You have seen cultivated wyvern tails before, I trust. The lily-white blossoms from whose... Well, those which grow in the wild differ only in their purple hue. The harsher there is a waterfall in Rickmal's roost across the strait, where the flowers once, whether they still survive there, I know not.
It's all right. I'll find you a wyvern tail one way or another.
Thank you, Clive.
Ready, go? Run like the wind. Holding back. Seems this place has been flooded twice over. Purple flowers blooming next to a waterfall. Shouldn't be too hard to find. You deserve a rest. Here they are. Might as well pick enough for a bunch, I suppose. Lawsman. I found the flap.
You did?
I think I did. You wanted to make Dion a gift of one, did you not?
Oh, I don't...
It's no trouble.
El griego está enamorado de Dion de repente también, ¿no? Tenemos a Jill de Claire, a Gav de Claire y Gav también con la embarazada. Tenemos a Dion con el viejo.
Your Highness. Would you...
No.
Our lawsman has something he'd like to give...
Master Harpocrates. No. I dare not after everything I have done. I have taken countless innocent lives, all because I was weak. I have sworn to atone for my crimes or die in the attempt. But were I to meet with him again, and see in his eyes...
Then that is all the more reason to do it. Test your resolve. Proved.
I must. Very well, then. Take me to him.
Follow me.
Even now, I hesitate to approach him. What must he think of me?
You'd be surprised.
Master Harpocrates, pray, accept my apologies for leaving your tutelage before my studies were complete. Your lessons opened my mind to a world quite unlike the one I had imagined from within the gilded confines of the palace. And I shall be forever grateful for the efforts you made to enlighten me.
Lift up your head, Your Highness. The deeds of youth require no apology. That you took the time to visit me says much about the man you have become. Now, there is something I would like to show you.
Is that a wyvern tail? The color is unfamiliar to me.
Because it is unique to those found in the wild. Something in the harsh environments in which they grow lends them this striking hue. Their roots are indistinguishable from those of their hothouse cousins, but once they bloom, the difference is immediately apparent. In this flower, I see you, Your Highness. Its roots were the roots of a wyvern tail, with all that implies. But they do not define it, just as yours do not define you. I want you to have it, that it might remind you of this truth.
Master Harpocrates, I would ask of you a service. Keep your gift until I have fulfilled my duty to the realm, for only then shall I be deserving of it.
As you wish, Your Highness. I shall await your return.
Our roots do not define us. No wonder my stepmother didn't like him. For reuniting me with memories I had thought long lost. I shall not forget this.
Thank you, Clive. Were it not for you, I fear I might never have, not to mention the wyvern tails. I shall plant their seed.
I hope the soil in the hideaway is to their liking.
Why, these flowers bloomed in the bleak, black wastes of Waloed.
What's this?
A stolus quill. Or more precisely, it is said that an owl's feathers are steeped in the wishes it hears over. So consider this, that one day you may put down your...
Well, when that day comes, thank you, Harpocrates.
Ahora me pone Harpócrates se te ha unido al grupo. Porque estoy dando unos hostiazos impresionantes.
Knowledge hoarded is knowledge lost. I don't believe you've read this particular chapter before. Now this, I believe you will find most interesting.
A ver. Torre descomunal altura que parece perforar los mismos cielos, ubicada fue construida por Artema y su especie cuando llegaron a Balestia. Desde su pináculo contemplaron el flujo del este que discurría por todo su dominio para encontrar una nueva ubicación donde emplazar los cristales madre. El siguiente cayó siempre invadió el cristal madre, incidente en el que la civilización Empiria invadió el cristal madre de CMX para hacerse con su poder. En respuesta a tal afrenta, Artema destruyó el cristal junto a quienes se habían adentrado en él en una devastadora explosión que originó un enorme cráter conocido como el último pecado. La tragedia sigue viva en forma de leyenda que narra las bocas de toda Balestia. Individuos que tienen la capacidad de conjurar magia sin necesidad de cristales y albergan su interior el poder de los Icon que pueden invocar su voluntad. Artema los utiliza para perfeccionar el receptáculo que precisa, sometiéndolo a brutales enfrentamientos contra el resto de dominantes. Este puede invocar su Icon aun después de que Mitos les haya arrebatado su poder a costa de sufrir grave daño en su organismo. Tras crear a la humanidad, Artema eligió a unos pocos individuos para proteger los cristales madre. El tiempo estaba brillando a los Icon. El Imperio. Civilización antigua que prosperó hace miles de años. Según la leyenda, disponía de una asombrosa tecnología llamada Magitech que alcanzó su máxima expresión en forma de barcos voladores y gigantescas ciudades flotantes cuyas ruinas aún se encuentran por toda Balestia. Aunque no se ha descubierto ningún manuscrito de la época, el estudio de los restos de estos navíos y de otras ruinas primitivas han revelado ciertas similitudes que sugieren que los imperios trataron de imitar aquellas estructuras primigenias relacionadas con Artema. De hecho, fue la búsqueda incesante del poder del dios lo que les condenó a su declive. Su intento de desentrañar los secretos de CMX desencadenó la tragedia supongo que te gustará Omega. Civilización de Artema, antigua especie de seres divinos a los que le pertenece Artema, crearon la magia que les permitió prosperar a costa de un elevado precio, la aparición de las tierras estíes. Cuando estás empeñado en su hogar por completo, busca de Marcar un nuevo mundo, la cámara sacra bajo el pórtico fénix, civilización interior del imperio. Similar a las ruinas del imperio, fue creado por Artema junto al resto de cronolitos repartidos para poner a prueba y perfeccionar el receptáculo precisa. Dispositivo creado por Artema a su llegada a Balistea con el fin de guiar el flujo del éter hasta los cristales madre. Pese a impulsar la absorción del éter, al no estar directamente conectado a los cristales no se ve afectado el Artema entona su hechizo primogénesis y el desequilibrio en las concentraciones de éter hace que los obeliscos brillen con mayor intensidad. Triunfo antaño moraba en las tierras cercanas al ahora extinto cristal madre de CMX. Cuando Artema arribó a Balistea, erigió 8 cristales madre, emplazando el último de ellos donde hoy día se encuentra el gran cráter conocido como el último pecado. Este estaba comunicado con Origen, desde donde Artema vigilaba el mundo durante su letargo y custodiado por el pueblo de CMX, que mantenía una estrecha relación con su dios. Tal era su fe en el Altísimo que fundaron la religión del Círculo de Maelia para difundir sus creencias y se mantuvieron fieles a él cuando la humanidad cobró voluntad propia tras la tragedia de CMX provocada por la insaciable ambición de la civilización imperia. Los pocos supervivientes de CMX huyeron a las tierras allende la mar, donde continuaron practicando su credo y guardando el día en que su Dios los llevase al paraíso. Profecía de la salvación. Entre las enseñanzas del Círculo de Malia se encuentra esta profecía que, según afirma su credo, fue pronunciada por el Altísimo a sus más leales vástagos antes de desvanecerse en los cielos. Muchos la consideran una mera leyenda, pero podría referirse a las últimas palabras que Artema dedicó a sus creyentes antes de sumirse a su letargo en las profundidades de Balistea. Aunque se desconoce cuál es su contenido al completo, se ha podido recuperar un fragmento que se repite en antiguos murales y entre los fieles de cierto culto emergente inspirado en el Círculo de Malia. El advenimiento del Altísimo será precedido por la llegada de sus servientes celestiales, que harán uno con él, pues cuerpos son, que dará cobijo al espíritu y con gracia y gran regocijo recompensará al pueblo que siempre le fue fiel. Hieródulos de Artema. Cuando Artema llegó a Balistea, los creó para vigilar sus costas y acabar con cualquier intruso que pudiera suponer una amenaza para el devenir de sus planes. Ahora la utiliza para poner a prueba la destreza de su receptáculo. Escritos del Cróstemos eruditos de la historia de Balistea circundados de poco después de conocer al joven Aporca tras la tierra llena del mar y despertar la ciudad. Mos regresó a las regiones gemelas donde siguió investigando los vestigios del pasado de Balistea.
If you have a question for me, I should be happy to answer it. Did you learn everything you needed?
Pues nada, está todo hecho salvo las escorias. Esto me ha llevado un total de 4 horas. 4 horas de putas secundarias. Vale, así que nada. Lo dejo aquí. Y mañana solamente va a ser historia. ¿Ok? Así que nada. Hasta aquí llegué, chavales. Un besito en el siempre sucio. Ay, que no sé quitar esto, no sé cómo funciona. Ahora hay 3 personas viéndome, ¿qué hacéis? Es que estáis locos perdidos, es que no entiendo, estoy reventado. Mañana os juro, mañana empezaré otra vez sobre las 12. Mañana le doy caña y termino el juego. ¿Vale? Esa es mi intención. Así que nada, hasta mañana.